2 seconds or so. All right. Yeah, check your sound. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the late start. We have people playing from where they're not usually playing from. People have just come back from vacation, etc. Some people are on vacation. And yeah, so it's a little chaotic. So welcome to Dungeons and Dad Jokes. Tonight will be our last session for the year streaming because next Tuesday is Christmas Eve. The following Tuesday is New Year's Eve. And we'll be doing things, and I personally will be out of town, and it just will not be conducive to streaming. So we're going to take the next 2 weeks off, and I'm just going to say that right now for all of you who are watching. January is coming up rather rapidly. I know that Rhonda you have a con in January, don't you?
Hopefully I'm going to be in Frankfort and Northern Kentucky on the 25th and the 26th.
I was just in Frankfurt. Oh wait, that's different Frankfurt.
I will be in Frankfort, Kentucky.
Not Frankfurt, Germany.
Can I do a quick check?
Quick check? I mean, sure. Do I need to wait for you to do a quick check?
I would like for Joe to say something.
Oh.
Anything.
Oh,
it's not like we ever listen to him anyway.
Reach out and touch someone.
All right.
Moving on.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm not watching the stream, so.
I heard you on the stream.
Okay. Right. So yeah, I believe last week our stream, for whatever reason, Joe's sound did not come through, and so we apologize for that. But technical issues happen, and we can't help that. So with that in mind, when I read the recap, I'm recapping from mostly my memory and partially a one-sided conversation. So we'll see if I got it right. If not, that's what we're going with.
Hey, subscribe and like and join us on the chat and tell us where we got it wrong.
Got it. So we're going to start tonight's episode, which is session number 92, entitled Secrets Kept. So last week, if you were able to watch the stream, the group entered into the throne room for Celiscore Castle, and they found a guard and what looked like a mage standing at the ready next to the seated King Humi. As they approached, Forsyth and Fix both realized that the king was an illusion, a projection of himself. They could interact with him. They announced the killing of the beast within the mines and strongly encouraged a celebration within the town to be planned. Kadeth, with his intimidating presence, commanded the king to finish his business or any business that would prevent him from attending in person. Fix stated the hour for the celebration, and the group departed. While awaiting festivities, the group met with Deal and Hervin to set up the plan. Jahara included herself in these plans to draw out some of the guards that were sure to be present. When the time arrived, she did just that. When she was spotted, 2 of the guards from the town square followed to arrest her. Once much of the town was gathered, the king arrived with his guard and mage. He welcomed the people and announced the group who had killed the beast, making the mines safe once more. Fix and Forsyth told the story of the event aided by illusion and turned back to the king, stating the group did this at the behest of the people, not the crown. The guards began to take aim and coverage on the stage. People began to scatter, and a few drew weapons to aid the group in overthrowing the king. The group killed the king's guard and mage, then took the king to the jailhouse for the people to decide his fate. There, they excused the 2 stationed there and released some of the prisoners. They then took the king back to the more private cells and discovered Jahara waiting casually within one of the cells. Stepping back into the cells. Uh-oh. I'm going to drop my keyboard. There we go. Stepping back into the cell area. Once you kind of come in, Jahara will stand and kind of give you a smile and kind of look at the king as well. The king looks a little frustrated in essence. And I believe you stripped the king. I think the king is in his skivvies, isn't he?
He is.
That I just remembered that. She will smile, and she will just kind of look, and it's like she says, "Am I free to go then?"
Most certainly. Sorry for any inconvenience.
No inconvenience. Seeing the justice here. And she'll wait. The king's not saying anything.
I'll look over to the king and I was like, wait, do you know each other? Perhaps? Maybe?
Well, she is on one of our most wanted.
Is that like most desirable?
Yeah. That's what got her into this mess.
What mess is that?
The mess of treason. Sharing palace secrets.
Well, with unjust rulers, that's kind of bound to happen. And you're about as unjust as unworthy as they come.
I'm sure I will not be the worst you will see.
Nor will you be the last that we take down.
Jara kind of taps on the bar.
I had already let her out.
Oh, okay. I did not know that part.
Yeah, she was in the back room, in a back cell, and we let her out of that
Oh,
one.
you did let her out of that one. Okay. All right. She will kind of step forward, and she'll lean forward. She'll whisper something to the king. You're not sure what she whispers, but she whispers something to the king. And as she kind of stands back up and turns to walk out the door without making any eye contact, you see kind of the color drain from his face.
I'm still connected to her.
Yeah, you probably are.
What the hell did you just tell him?
I merely mentioned the things that were done in private were also asked of me for his son.
Okay, I changed my mind. I did not want to know that.
Too late.
Can we beat him up now?
She's a very freaky girl.
Things you learn about family in this business.
Do you trust your family?
I think I'm the only one in this family with no secrets. From the family, that is.
Oh, if you only knew how true that was.
Well, still pretty new to this whole gambit, so maybe that will change.
Well, you already said you didn't want to know this secret. Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, I think it comes with the job. But I really didn't want to know that. Outwardly, he's just keeping his, normal expression, or at least trying to.
At least trying to.
Let's see, what would that be? A will or
That
a
would be a
performance?
will. That would be will. You're gonna muscle through this.
Let me see where. There's my sheet.
Mental gymnastics right here.
I do performance instead. I just saw my will save. I don't like it.
Nope. You roll high most of the time.
Most of the time.
No, it's kind of fun when you don't.
Mm. Yeah, but then we have to kill people. All right. Oh, it's not that bad. Not as bad as I thought it was. Maybe. I rolled a total of a 14.
14's not bad. It's above average. So anybody with an insight of over 14 among your party, passive insight, you are definitely going to see that Fix is trying to maintain composure. He's having a conversation that he's kind of uncomfortable with mentally.
It just makes me smile inside.
I don't have a clue.
The king is not paying attention. He's already, just pale. And I'm assuming you're going to put him in the cell.
He was already put in the cell.
Oh, geez. See how much we miss when your voice isn't coming through? All right. And so you guys, what would you like to do next? Jahara has walked out. I mean, you're welcome to find out where she went, but she has walked out, giving no indication that she knows you or is related to you in any way.
Right. I will look to the king and say, I was serious when I said that none of your line will have the throne. I suggest you relay that information to your family when you speak to them.
And he says, unless they're brought here, I guess I won't be speaking to them.
Oh, you'll see them eventually, I'm sure. We're not completely inhumane.
Speak for
Only
yourself.
partially. Oh.
Hush.
With that, I'll look to the group and say, so how are we going to handle watches? And then point around the empty prison or jail that's just him and no one to guard him.
There's lots of ways to handle that. One of the more interesting ones is to have someone else put in prison with him.
I'm assuming that's over the
Yeah, that's over the link. That's not out loud.
Yeah.
I
Just wanted to make sure.
I assume any planning you guys do is going to be all mental, unless stated otherwise, just because of who's might be near you.
Well, some things you might want him to hear,
Well, that's
Right.
true.
depending. because let's face it, there's a mental game involved.
It's fair. It's valid.
Well,
Well, at some point, somebody has to be placed in charge.
yes.
Well, we know
If
who it
it-
isn't going to be, and
If it's not done soon, chaos
Will ensue.
will run amok.
Yes.
that's where we need Maxwell.
And
Smart.
where is the son and his fiance?
Nobody checked for sure, but you're assuming maybe the castle?
Where's our your friend Horseye?
Hervin and Deal?
Yes. I keep wanting calling him Dale. I don't know why.
It's close enough. You're doing better with that name than most.
Right? Fillet of fish.
Fillet of fish, yep.
Yeah.
Who was at the house when you discovered he was not there? That was
There.
just you, wasn't it, Evangeline?
Yep, I think so.
And I don't know that she told us.
Did you ever relay that information?
I can't
Just-
say that
Just
I did.
asking. Would you have relayed that information? And saying I don't know is fair. It's valid. You can say that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would have relayed that. Actually, in the course of the event, I did not relay that information, so maybe I wouldn't have. Not
All right.
maliciously, just
Didn't. You had other things on the brain.
other things on the brain. After all, my beloved is going to have scars if we don't hurry up. Light a fire! Light a fire! Send a smoke signal.
In all reality, Hervin and Deal may be at like the connecting town hall, or they could be putting together a group of people from the square to head to the castle. Just to answer your question.
Which actually makes sense.
Mhm.
I have an option.
What is that?
I can take a few minutes and check the orb and see if I can see anything about what might be going on at the castle.
Okay.
I'm hoping that some sort of control is being successfully mastered in the square with the people of the village. I will pull out the orb.
All right. So where are you at the moment? You've put the king in the back where the cells are. Did you leave the back and go back to the front so that you're not doing this in front of the king? Are you just plopping down right there in the hall in the middle of all the cells? What is the movement of you guys?
I would not want to leave him unsupervised.
Unsupervised, no.
Okay. So you are standing in the back at least to keep an eye.
I'm going to do some wandering.
Okay.
See if I can find the room that would have become my sister's had she gotten to marry the guy.
Okay. Are you going to take flight to get to the castle?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
go as a giant eagle because quick and can see a lot.
All right. You head out. You take giant eagle form, and you sense him moving away rather rapidly. He's taken eagle form and probably headed toward the castle. So he will not be able to communicate back to you, but he can still receive messages.
Right.
Kadeth, are you staying in the back, or are you moving toward the front, or where are you headed?
Guess I'll move toward the front.
Okay. I'm just curious where everything's happening, so I know, other things. How much people know. All right, so you head toward the front. Evangeline, where are you going to plop it down with your orb? Back there where the king can watch or see, or toward the front out of the king's vision. No matter where you move in the city, you're going to be connected telepathically because of the pendants and such.
I am going to I want to just stay within vision of Kadeth and Fix as much as possible.
Okay, it can be done.
So
Yeah, you can just leave a door open.
I've not been overly concerned with anybody seeing what I'm doing.
All right.
So
Okay. So you kind of get maybe in the front room where Kadeth is kind of just patrolling or being a presence if somebody should walk in, and you kind of follow him out there a little bit, but you keep sight on Fix as well, and you plop down with your orb. You're going to focus on the castle.
what's going on in the castle? See if I can find. I don't know the prince.
No.
And I've not seen the prince.
No.
So I am going to focus in on the castle to see what's going on in the castle.
Okay.
So I have been to the
You
castle
have been
in
to
the
castle.
throne room.
Right.
So I will start there.
All right. You start there, and you start to focus in. You sit down and you focus in on the orb. At first, you feel thousands of heartbeats. Like you can feel the thing just pulsing at all kinds of different paces, all kinds of different strengths. It's almost like it's picked up everybody in the city almost.
Okay.
Is almost what it feels like. And you start to really try to focus in on the castle. You push yourself southward mentally. It doesn't feel like the orb is drawing you. It seems like you're pushing it that direction. And you're giving it a pretty good hefty push to get that direction. As you kind of push it outward from the city, just mentally, less heartbeats. You sense a few, some of them quite quick, some of them a little bit more calm. Probably, if you had to take a guess, you're figuring about 20 or so heartbeats that you're kind of sensing from the orb. And you continue to push onward, and you feel yourself actually get pulled upward just a little bit. And you feel another rather rapid heartbeat. And you're like, this is kind of weird. It's in the sky. It seems to approach where you're at mentally and pass you rather quickly. And you're like, that's kind of, so it kind of gets stronger, like the Doppler effect almost. Gets stronger, and then it kind of fades away. It just passes by you very rapidly. You're like, that was kind of weird. And you kind of continue to push onward. You eventually kind of hit a spot right at the keep doors that starts to make a vision. And you see the keep doors, and you see Deal and Herven leading a group of about 20 militiamen, in essence, ready men of the town. following them. And you see that the keep doors, or the at least courtyard doors, are open. And Hervin and Deal, with swords drawn, kind of walk in. You see them kind of encounter a couple of guards, and some words are exchanged. You can't really hear the words. And then it pushes onward into the throne room. And then all of a sudden you get a really jarring feel. Roll me a Constitution saving throw. I'll make this Constitution. Could have been intelligence, but
Oh. I got an 18.
an 18. All right. Well, with that, with an 18, you get jarred. It's almost like you get spun around rather rapidly. And you're not really sure what happened. Like the vision spins, you feel like you've spun, like you suddenly get hit with some dizziness. And as you start to refocus into the ball, you see what looked like the mage standing at the throne. The mage is adjusting something like in his chest, and twisting something, almost think Iron Man, the little thing on his chest. It's kind of like he's twisting something there and messing with that. And every now and then pushes a couple buttons and whatnot. And you see a projection come forward, and you see the king standing there. They look like they're conversing a little bit, and then the king kind of just waves, and he adjusts again, and the vision disappears, or the illusion disappears. That projection disappears.
Do I feel like I'm seeing the present or maybe something from the past? I'm very disoriented with all of this stuff.
You really think you're seeing something from the past.
Okay. But we killed the mage, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you left the body in town square.
At least we thought we killed the mage.
I mean,
will.
he was dead in
I
front of you.
will come out because it's like overwhelming. All of the stuff that's happening all at once, and the things going by, and the spinning, and the everything. And I will kind of lean around where I can kind of see the king.
He's sitting on like the little cot.
And I will look at Fix. And you should be able to see if you look at me, the confused and troubled look on my face. And I will relay that image of the mage and the king to both Fix and Kadath. But telepathically, once I've done that, telepathically I will send to Forsyth that looking into the crystal orb as I was pushing forward to the castle, something flew by me in the air.
Okay.
And I will describe what that forward momentum looked like to see if he was anywhere in that area.
You're kind of hovering above the castle at the moment, and could have been you.
Yeah. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Let's go with probably it was. I'm near the castle now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, I did see your friends with a group of about 20 militia heading into the castle grounds, and they were being met by some guards.
I shall go assist them with the guards.
All right.
Feeling confident that I've spread
Your knowledge.
what I may have suspected that I saw to Forsyth, and giving the vision of what I saw to Fix and Cadet. I'm going to now look at Fix and see if see what his response is to the image. And I will also say, I think it might have been the past, but are we positive that Mage's body is still out there telepathically?
How far is the town square from here?
A light jog, no more than 3 minutes.
Evangeline, can you give me expeditious retweet?
I can give you
He needs some
expeditious
thumbs
retweet. Let's see here. Let me see where I got it.
still.
Is it only?
Retweet, retweet.
Oh my gosh, I don't see it. Oh,
I don't know
wait
if
a
it's
minute.
self only or what.
No, I don't think expeditious retreat is self
Self.
only. Oh, it is self only?
Yeah, range area
Oh!
self.
I didn't think it was.
All right.
Haste does not.
Right.
Haste, yeah. I'm going to look in the book and see if haste is in the book.
Have you put it in the book?
I don't know.
I don't think that you have.
I don't think I have, because I don't have it. So
Well,
if
what'd you
it's
do with
in the book,
book?
it was in the book before me.
Well, with that, I
don't
will
see
say
it.
that's fine. For a moment, thinking on the vision and the they're inside. Are there open windows that are visible?
From Rhonda's vision?
Yes.
Just the throne room windows. They were in the throne room. You guys were in the throne room. There were some light emitting windows around the ceiling, not full windows that somebody could like look through. There was no full windows, but there was light windows around the ceiling that were spaced out, yay big.
Perhaps Forsyth can look.
For light.
Well, based on we've been in the throne room, so we know the directions and everything that it sits in. Based on the shadows from the windows, can I determine if it's earlier or later in the day?
Oh, you got that whole time thing going on.
Oh yeah. I forgot about you, clockwork sorcerer. It would probably, based on the vision, if it was all relayed to you accurately, which she did it pretty quickly, so it's probably pretty close. You would guess it was probably later in the afternoon.
Okay.
Figuring time frame wise, probably earlier. Maybe like just before the celebration per se kicked off was about time frame wise. Now whether it was the same day as the celebration or the day before, you're not sure.
Yeah, that I wouldn't expect to know. It could have been a week ago for all we know.
Could have been a week ago. Probably not last season because the sun's at a different angle.
However, when we were there, Forsyth would have seen through with his tiara.
Well, when we were there, he was an illusion.
I feel pretty.
When we were there, he was an illusion.
He was an illusion.
Yes. Because Forsyth saw it, and I also had True Seeing going as the spell. So, okay. I would relay that information to Evangeline. Just kind of matter-of-factly as far as time of day and everything. So, not sure. Did we hear what they were saying?
Sometimes she can hear it, and sometimes she can't. Hasn't nailed that one down yet.
Can I attempt to read the lips?
Ooh. What would that be under? Lip reading.
Perception?
Languages. It would have to be, well, somewhere between perception and just an intelligence check.
An intelligence check. Knowledge.
Let's give not a perception, because you're not just passively glancing at things, but you're actually trying to focus and read those lips based on the image that she gave you. Let's go with an intelligence check, or I will allow you to add investigation if you have bonuses to investigation.
They're both the same plus of
Okay.
+1. 19. I'll take it.
19, not bad. Judging by the lip reading, it's a little hard to tell what the king might be saying with the illusion and whatnot. It's kind of distorting it a little bit. So that you can't quite figure out the king. You're going to get a one-sided phone conversation.
Right. That's kind of what I figured.
So when it looks like the image fiddled with the device on the chest, and when it popped up, you can kind of lip read, my lord. The guests have arrived, or no, not guests. Our what's the word I'm looking for? The soon-to-be princess and family has arrived. We have got them settled in rooms. May I ask when you will return? And then there's a pause. There's some exchange. It says, very well, my lord. Shall I expect any meetings between now and then? And you hear something else is going on with the king. The illusion moves. He says, very well. I will be sure to be ready. And he kind of gives him a nod. And then he starts messing with the chest and the illusion disappears.
I would relay that info to Evangeline and then say, I'll be right back as I bonus action Misty Step out and then cast haste on myself and start running
All right.
as quickly as I can.
You head to the square.
Yep.
All right. Forsyth.
See,
You fly over the castle. You flew past. You saw Hervin and Deal as you flew past, and the about 20 people that were following him. So you flew past. You got over the castle and you kind of circled around. Evangeline got back to you. You were already starting to look for, the entrances again to see where you needed to go and
right.
to maybe find the room that you wanted to find. And then Evangeline contacted you, so you flew back over to the castle wall. And you see Hervin and Deal, they do have swords out. They do not look like they're in a fighting pose. They have swords out. They are exchanging some words with the guards. You see the guards kind of processing some information and whatnot. And as some information gets relayed and whatnot, you see Hervin and Deal put their swords away. They're not going to be fighting the guards. It seems like the guards are understanding what's happening here, and they're like, well, change of monarch, I'd just as leave live than fight for a dead king. And so, so they are like, okay. And they begin to make their way into the castle itself.
Okay. I will land on a balcony ledge and enter that way.
Okay, so you enter from the upper level. Um, easy enough to do. There's not too much being locked up here. But as you enter in, you do hear some sounds from inside. It seems like Hervin and Deal have come upon some people, and you're going to hear some loud words of, halt, we are laying siege to the castle. You will be detained, those kind of things. You figure they're probably talking to some servants or quite possibly your parents, your sister, maybe the prince, who knows? You're not sure where they're at in the castle right now, but you're in the upper level and you can kind of hear it echo a little bit through the castle.
All right. Okay, I'm going to be too big at that to fly down. I'm going to change back into the Vidalcan shape and start down the stairs towards the noise.
Okay. All right. You walk down the stairs, following the noise. You pass a few.
Run more like, but
Okay, you can run. That's fine. You pass a few rooms that definitely look decked out for royalty and things like that. You're passing through those chambers of the family per se, and you go down a set of stairs. You enter into a larger entryway. I say entryway loosely. It's where the stairs enter out to. It's a larger room where other rooms are connected. That's where they're going to get to the dining hall. They're going to get to the kitchen. They're going to get to the, it's not really an entryway, but it's a main area. And it's a landing, I guess, in essence. And you hear the noises coming from one of the directions, which you assume the way you landed and went through the halls and stuff, it's probably near the throne room or maybe just outside the throne room. You walk that way and you do indeed see Hervin and Deal. They seem to, Hervin has got your parents standing there and your sister is standing there. It looks like Deal is speaking to some of the castle servants. They look like the servants of the castle, and giving them some directions, and they're listening, and a few of them depart to do whatever directions that were given to them. And so it seems like Deal's handling the servants while Hervin.
But the entitled brat is not going to give up easy.
The entitled brat is just kind of, you can see on her face, she's ready to huff and puff. She's turning red. But she realizes she is outmatched and her parents can't back her up at the moment.
Right.
So she's in survival mode at the moment. And it's not going to say much, but it does look like she's fuming. Her fumes are rising.
Are there any prison type facilities in this castle?
There is like a holding cell area in the dungeon, loosely the dungeon, but most of the people that from experience, most people that get in trouble by the king himself, so they're not in the city jail, but get called in by the king themselves, either gets killed immediately or gets killed shortly thereafter.
I am going to leave my parents with Hervin and Deal for now and escort my wayward sister to the cell.
All right.
Just to leave her alone with herself.
All right. You take your sister, and she
shan't know it's me, but
she gets a moment where she does fight you back. Like, she doesn't want to leave her parents. She doesn't know what's going on, and she's and she does the typical, you can't do this, and as
want to bet?
as a brat will.
Yes.
Do you know who my father is?
Do you know who my dad is? Do you know?
You know, I'm still wearing, braces of strength or something like that. You know, I got a
Something like
19
that. I don't know.
strength.
You got something.
She's gonna go.
Yeah, she's gonna go. She's not strong. um, she does not have muscle to put where her mouth is.
Right.
And
Gauntlets stuff. Yeah,
yeah,
gauntlets.
and you escort her all the way down to the cells. There are keys actually hanging up on a key ring just outside the door. You pick up the keys, open the door. There's like 2 rows of cells, maybe about 6 cells total. You do see one gentleman in cells. He's just kind of sitting there, and he kind of sits up, especially as you escort your sister in. And you open up one of the cells, and you kind of push her in there
Right.
and shut the door.
I'm gonna ask the guy. So why are you here?
Oh, well, apparently for treason.
Oh, well, apparently I'm gonna open your door for you, and I will take and find the key and open the door. Yeah.
All right, you open the door. He's like, thank you, kind sir. Do you wish to fill me in on what is going on?
Well, the king is no longer in power. Uh, those from the town who are more apt to leadership are going to be leading. So please go up to the entryway and talk to Hervin.
Hervin is here. Excellent.
Yes,
I will go and do that. Thank you.
no problem.
And he will head on out. Do you follow him to leave her alone, or do you watch her
I smirk at her and then follow him.
and then follow? All right. She screams as you leave. You can't leave me down here.
That's when the door shuts.
All right. And you head back out, and you meet
Right.
up with them. And the gentleman beats you up there, of course, because you paused a moment. Beats you up there, and he definitely makes eye contact with Hervin, and Hervin seems to be having words with your parents and whatnot. And so you make it back up to that throne room.
I will listen in on the conversation with Hervin and my parents.
Okay.
I might butt in, but for now I'm just listening in.
All right. It's a basic conversation. They're filling in what is going on with the leadership. The rulership of the town is being taken over. The king is no longer in authority. And neither will his son be as soon as he is found. Just kind of filling in the parents. And so he makes it very clear that this marriage is not going to happen. And if it does, it will be more of a pauper's marriage, not royalty. There is no title to come with it. And that they will no longer be parents to the future queen. So they will be escorted out of the castle and quite possibly out of the town. That is up for the people to decide.
Okay.
That's the gist of the conversation.
I'm going to do my butting in and say, so is this bratty girl your only child?
They will look at you and kind of give a quizzical look, and they will say, yes, she is our only child.
Well, you sure done a piss poor job of raising her. I will hide my disgust with them.
Oh dear. All right. Okay. And they will continue to engage with Hervin a bit. They're like, they kind of act like, man, I don't know why you asked us that. They're just kind of. So.
Yeah, my reasons are my own.
And they'll continue to converse with Hervin. as you make it to the town square, Fix,
Yes.
doesn't take you too long, being hasted and such. Um, as you make it to the town square, you do see Jahara kind of mingling in the town square, getting some people's attention, talking to them, moving them on. It looks like she's almost giving direction to some of them. Or well, to all of them really. She, goes up to them and talks to them a little bit, and then they seem like they have a purpose in their head now, and they're gonna move off and do whatever it is that their purpose is now. And she does that with a few people. You see an older woman kind of come up to her and hand her a cloak and give her a little bow, and and she'll take the cloak and she'll clasp it on and continue to move about with the people and whatnot, directing people. It's a totally different side. You've never seen Liliana do this ever.
Though it's not surprising because she has been in diplomatic roles. I think he's
It's
more
true.
surprised in the other parts of her that he's learned about than anything.
That's true. And it's very odd because she holds kind of both grounds in this town.
Mhm.
You do see some of the men look upon her a little, but she's very quick to kind of just brush them off and give them a purpose, and they move on. They do what they need to do.
And I withstand the urge to harm them.
But as you enter into the town square, you do see both the dead guard and the dead mage still on the stage.
I go up to the mage first.
Oh,
Oh,
well, I guess I'm not really there, am I? I don't.
no, but I mean, if you think of something, he's going to look for it. You're
Yeah.
connected telepathically.
Because I did want to. Which one had the armor? Or the spine? Or what? It was, no, it was armor. It was,
The healing.
yeah,
we
the
don't know
healing
Oh,
what it
one.
that
was
was the
caused it.
mage.
That's
We
what I
don't know
wanted to
what
look at.
caused it.
That was the mage.
We just know he did it. So, but
he
seeing
fully healed
everything,
himself.
yeah, seeing everything that in the vision and everything, Fix is going to. Is he wearing a robe?
He is. I mean, at least he was. It's kind of flung open a little bit. As you approach, you do see that this person is, well, or at least was, human.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing. He's like kind of moving things around, trying to get to the clockwork portions of it, because that's what it looked like to him, is that he was messing with some sort of clockwork or gears, trying to open up his chest and see if there's something still ticking inside. Because he
all
can't
right.
heal himself. I don't know if there's upon death, reheal after 20 minutes or whatever.
A timer.
Yes.
As you approach, you see that nothing seems to be lit up or moving. It's a good sign. And as you kind of look at the chest area, you kind of pull back the tunic a little bit, and there is definitely a circular mechanism there, and it looks like the outer ring can turn and has some buttons on it, but it's circular around what almost looks like almost like a seashell is what it looks like. It's that pearlescent inner portion of an oyster, really, is what it kind of looks like. You're not really sure how it functions exactly, not at a quick glance for sure, but your guess is that this is definitely iron flesh that it had adhered to his chest, and knowing the vision, this is probably how he projected the king's image for things. and you're not quite sure how. You don't know if it has to be connected to the king somehow, or if you didn't see anything nanite related on the king, so you're not quite sure how it works.
So then what I will do is I will grab it and cast Identify.
All right. You get a hold of it, or you cast Identify while it's on him. It does take some work to actually pry it off of the flesh.
It's just
And
flesh.
you cast Identify on it, and it is indeed an iron flesh that is, and I don't even know if it's in here, that is, I mean, it is what it says it is. It's an iron flesh of projection. Looking at the mechanisms and stuff, it looks like the person who it is adhered to, who has it attuned to them through the iron flesh, has control over the projection itself, who or what it projects. It works almost like a major illusion, but it is connected to whom the wearer connects it to.
So sort of like attuning it to another person.
Kind of.
Okay. Well, confirming that he's dead, I'll let everyone know as I try to categorize and strip him of his gear
He's
since I'm
dead.
here.
What you also see, you see in the palms of his hands that you really hadn't noticed before, but they are definitely noticeable now, which is another sign that he's dead. You do see 2 rubies that are identical, one in each palm. You figure whatever that was that maybe healed him probably came from those rubies.
Okay. Yeah, like iron flesh and stuff. I'll bring out my tools and start cutting into him. At this
All right,
point.
you just.
You gonna do it right here, or you want to take it somewhere a little more private?
I'll throw him in the bag of holding with everyone else.
You're getting quite a morgue.
Portable morgue. Gotta love it.
Same with the guard. Does he have any iron flesh on him?
He does not have iron flesh on him. He is just
a guard.
buff.
Then I'll just take his gear. We'll identify it later.
He's got splint armor, and he's got a nice greatsword.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that all into the bag of holding.
All right, you push all that in. Okay.
Then I will kick the mage again, and then I'll head back. Oh wait, no, the mage is in the bag of holding. I'll kick the guard again.
Yeah, I was gonna say the mage is in the bag of holding. All right, you kick the guard and then head back toward the jail cell. All right. As you head back to the jail cell, Jahara will step up to you. She'll stop. She'll say, "Do you? I saw that you took the mage. I don't know how many people said or how many people saw that you took him. Do you want me to ensure the disposal of the guard?"
Please.
All right. I will do that. She will turn and walk off again. You see her as you kind of walk out of the town square and you kind of look over your shoulder. You see 2 men go and pick up the guard and kind of follow her out of the town square. Just getting business done.
I'll head back to the jail cell.
All right.
And as I walk in, I'll look to the king and I'll reach in and I'll bring out the dude's head and like, look what I found, and then drop him back in.
You see him kind of yeah, turn away. He doesn't want to look. He won't look. Says, I did watch you kill him right in front of me.
Yeah,
Or I guess technically
could-
above me.
yeah. I could argue that you got him dead, but we just supplied means of death.
I suppose.
I wonder what the townsfolk are going to do with you.
Don't know. Death would be easy.
Too easy. I'll be sure to let them know.
He doesn't share
Yeah,
too much. He's
Yeah,
not sharing
Fix
anything.
has kind of turns his attention elsewhere.
All right. Kadeth.
Mm-hmm.
Fix came back in. Evangeline, you saw Fix come back in. You know that he went to go get the mage and that you shoved him into the bag.
I got
You
his
heard
number.
him show him to the king.
Yeah. I'm definitely interested in whatever it was he did to heal himself whenever you get around to figuring out all his little tricks.
We haven't even figured out all of Gira's little tricks, you know. So
Well, you know,
we've got to find time to do that. Also, like we got a list of things to figure out with these corpses.
The autopsies are backing up.
Yes.
yeah, and that's fine. It doesn't have to be right now. I'm just saying I would like to figure that out and perhaps take it. I don't exactly ask for much very often. Considering I think the last armor that I got, you guys told me I should get. Didn't even
You
ask for that.
You should get this for yourself. Here, have this.
I will offer my assistance on anything Numenera related with the armor.
Oh yeah, we'll need to sit down and go through all that. And we don't think that now we have the means or the time to do so.
All right.
Well, are we going to just leave? Will your sister be able to handle this? I will say over the link.
Yeah. Well, all this is over the link. Until somebody else shows up, I think one of us needs to remain. I'll connect back with my sister and say, "You got any capable guards that could watch this asshole and not kill him?"
Capable, yes. Restrained, yes. Matter of fact, the two most trusted people are with me currently. Are you going a little stir crazy?
No, but it's boring.
All right. I
He's
will
only
send them.
twitching a little bit.
He's not quite twitching. He's almost twitching. He's starting to shake. You could catch it in
I
his
will
left eye
remind you
every
that
now
your mother and your brother may be experiencing some difficulties.
She'll say, "I
Mom
will."
may need help.
Mom always needs help. She gets herself out of a lot of trouble, though.
I'm not that type of doctor. Oh.
She'll say, "The boys will be there shortly. As soon as they're done covering a hole."
Fire's much more efficient, but what you got is what you got.
I don't have that kind of means. And she'll go on about her business.
I'll let
After
folks know
about
that they'll be here shortly.
yeah, after about 20 minutes, you will see the two men that helped her, that took the guard out of the town square, show up, and they will kind of give a nod to Evangeline Cadeth, and then kind of look through the door and kind of give a nod to you. And one of the guards will step forward and say, I don't know, I didn't pick a name. Joshua. I'm Joshua. Lady Jahara sent me to take over post here at the jail.
Good to meet you, Joshua. Guard him. Don't kill him. And don't let him out for anybody other than us.
Understood. And he'll kind of nod to the other guard. And the other guard will walk back into the hall. And he'll stay into the outer area.
I'll toss him the keys and
He just nods, and we've got it covered.
sounds good. Shall we make our way to the castle?
Sure.
Or where are we going now?
Well, while you guys discuss that, Hervin looks at you, Forsyth,
Okay.
and says, I saw you take the young lady. I'm assuming you took her down to the cells.
Yes.
Do you think it would be best if we take her parents down there as well, or take the three of them back into town where the king currently resides and keep them together?
I think we take the parents back to town, but leave her in the cell for right now.
We can do that. Well, we
In
still have
fact,
yet.
I will take them back down there.
Very well. I will travel with you. Deal. And Deal comes over, says, I'd like you to stay here at the castle, maintain the servants, and be present in case the prince should arrive. Deal says, that works for me. And Herman will go back to town with you, leaving Deal and the other 20, along with the guards at the castle, taking care of business at the castle. And you, your parents, and Herman will head back toward town.
Right. As we're going, maybe about 5 minutes into the walk, I'm going to ask him, so why did you lie?
You might have to be a little bit more specific.
Why did you say you only...
They've been lying a lot.
Your latest lie, let's say that. Why do you say you only have one child? I know for a fact you have more than one. Why would you lie to me? Someone you don't even know.
Because the other left many years ago.
But you still have the other.
I don't know that he would have us. And that's probably fair.
How do you know that if he's not there to say? You do realize that I only know this because I know who your son is.
So he still
Alive.
lives.
In fact, he's more than alive. He's doing very well.
You see the parents kind of exchange a look.
Dang, we picked the wrong child.
You got it.
That's a possibility. I think he would be very disappointed in the way you chose one over the other. Your golden child, as some would call it, who turned into nothing but fool's gold. How would you explain that to him?
Well, I believe you said it so yourself. We definitely did not parent her the way we probably should have.
So, do you even know where he is? What
No,
he's doing?
we do not.
You do know that your life here in White Lake is ruined. You wanted something you can no longer have, something fleeting. Where do you go from here?
Every parent wants the best for their child.
You didn't seem to want the best for your son. Yet right now he's doing a lot better than you are,
It's fair.
and a lot better than your daughter.
Yes, well,
What do you think you would like done with your daughter? Her situation is not good, not yet grim, but definitely not what you or her wanted.
she is a victim of circumstance. Yes, she can be a lot to handle. But she has done nothing for the rulership of this kingdom or made any calls of treason or she has not ruled the kingdom.
Well, it's solely up to me what happens to her at this point. But I recommend highly that you vacate the town of White Lake soonest.
Well, if we are given
Go ahead.
if we are given leave to go, that we will do.
You are given leave to go. As to whether or not she will be accompanying you, I will determine that shortly. Please
well.
never again have aspirations of social climbing. Because if you do, I will find you and I will ruin those aspirations for you.
Warning heard.
And at this point, I will fall back and let Irvin keep leading them on.
All right. You head on into the town, probably about the time you guys had mentioned possibly going to the castle. So you guys probably are kind of starting to head that direction. You will see them coming. Fix, you'll probably sense them coming too. And you will eventually meet back up kind of at the edge of town. Hervin will take the parents and escort them back to their old house for the time being, since you have already asked them to vacate White Lake post haste.
I'll do I know who these two are? I guess would be the first question. Or could I surmise who they are?
You could probably surmise who they are. The way Forsyth is following them, a little bit of disgust and disdain on his face. You could probably surmise who they are. And having come from the castle, have you met them before? No, you have not.
Right. Okay. Surmising who they are, Fix reaches in his pocket, pulls out like a small bag of gold, and tosses it to the father and says, "Here. That won't be needed." About the size of gold that he was gonna give Jahara.
Oh, that won't be needed.
Not if your daughter's dead.
Oh, that won't be needed. That's fair. That will not be needed. Dare I ask how you know?
We overthrew a kingdom. Do you think knowing things is beyond us?
3 people knew about that. 3.
4, 5, 6,
A lot more now.
7.
Yes, we will be leaving White Lake immediately. They will continue. They will
Yeah, I'll
continue
just
on
walk
unless
past
you
them.
block their path. Okay.
I don't know.
You hear Hervin kind of like, what is that about? As they continue to walk, he's like, nothing. And they lead on. And the 4 of you are left there without anybody else. For the time being, anyway.
I'll look to Forsyth. Are you satisfied with the state of things?
Sorry, I missed that.
Are you satisfied with the state of things?
For now, I still got to deal with my sister, but for now, yes, satisfied.
Did we find the prince?
Nope, not yet. At least not that you know of, Forsyth.
Right. Not yet, no.
I don't like loose ends.
That's a big loose end.
You want to work your magic, Evangeline?
See if I can locate him.
Yeah.
All right. You're going to have a cop squat?
Cop a squat. And then I'll look into the orb and see if I can locate the prince
All
of
right.
White Lake.
The Prince
I will
of White
be
Lake.
Specific.
All
Don't
right.
want just any random prince.
Prince. Suddenly you see a young man standing. And God knows where. You've never seen this place before.
Find the
Oh,
Prince
that's
of
new.
Persia.
Right? No, you sit down and you focus the orb and you think about White Lake and the prince and you've seen King Humi, and you kind of try to find it, kind of going about it kind of the outside. Again, you feel yourself pushing that ball, that orb, and you're pushing it around, you're pushing it around. Eventually, a vision starts to form of a gentleman. You see a gentleman, uh, kind of average dress, like not finely dressed, not what you would expect a prince to look like. Um, he's got blonde hair, long, pulled back and tied like in a leather strip tied at the nape of his neck. He's got kind of a bag on his shoulder. He's got a traveling cloak around just a, like forest green tunic, brown pants, and you see him kind of just standing there for a minute and looking over water, and he kind of smirks. You see him kind of just shrug his shoulders, and he turns around and he walks away.
Okay. The surroundings that he's in, the water that he's looking over, do I recognize any of that?
The water is fairly clear. You do see little round, well, a little bit more oval-esque, uh, white stones down in the bottom of it. There's a few clusters here and a few clusters there.
Does it look like White Lake?
Does kind of look like White Lake. Not quite as covered with those white stones as where the ferry crossed, but you do see like little clusters.
He's walking on a bridge.
He was standing next to the lake.
Oh,
He was
standing
just
next to the
standing
lake.
on the ground.
And he's just walking.
He just kind of smirks, shrugs his shoulders, and turns around and walks away.
I will come back and I will say, if this is who we're looking for, I will share the image of the lake, him walking by the lake, him smirking and shrugging his shoulders. If I successfully found the prince, he seems to not be concerned about what happened at home and on his way. He is not dressed like royalty.
The image that she shares, Forsyth, does look like the prince, Prince Porter.
Okay.
But definitely, you always see him much more pomp and circumstance. He's always wearing fine clothes and whatnot. It's very odd to see him in just traveler's tunic. Nothing fancy, no jewels, no embroidery, no.
So he's dressed as if he's trying to get out of Dodge without being noticed.
He's not leaving in a hurry, according to Evangeline's image. He's walking.
Yeah,
Well, if you want to avoid notice, you don't run.
that's very true.
Mm-hmm.
He seems very casual with his walk.
All right. Well, I will. Yeah, I think that's who we're looking for here.
You know this area, Forsyth. Does that
Yeah.
lake look familiar to you?
It's definitely White Lake, and you're
Yeah.
pretty sure it's on the eastern side of the White Lake.
Not
He's
the
gone to
side
the other side.
not the side you expect him to be on. Well, since I'm actually in town, I think I will go to the eastern side of White Lake.
All right. You're gonna go there by ferry? Because you're on the
Yeah,
western side currently.
yeah.
Okay. All right. You'll head over
Go
to the
with the kill
ferry.
have us.
Well, I think it'd be easier to go by ferry than to fly there because that might raise some eyebrows.
Probably. So you all travel over to the ferry and take the ferry over. You get to the eastern side fairly easily. The ferryman kind of looks you over a little bit and it's like, oh, you're the visitors. It's a shame you visited the city in such a tumultuous state. Perhaps you should try to visit us again. Give us a year.
Yeah.
I have high hopes for this city and its prosperity, so yes, a year.
As do
or less.
I.
And across the link, I'll say, if we hadn't come here, it wouldn't have been in such a tumultuous state.
You get to the eastern side, and he says, "Safe travels, and the
To you as
gods
well.
be with you." Or no, he won't say the gods be with you. There's no gods to him. He will say
'Cause
safe travels. He will not.
They
say-
already are, but thanks.
sometimes more than we
Sometimes.
want.
I wish they were.
Sometimes more than we want, sometimes not as much as we want.
So you get on the eastern side. You'd have to head kind of south where he was, but he seemed to be heading further east from, like he's walking away. So do you go to try to intercept? Basically, is what I'm asking.
I would
Where's my
Yes.
suggest we do.
Okay. You go to you travel for a little bit. It's going to take a little bit of time, and you eventually catch up to him as after the sun goes beyond the mountains. It's probably mid-evening, getting on late. I would say maybe 9 o'clock ish time wise. That you
9:14.
9:14 and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You see a gentleman. It seems like just one person over next to a small fire. Seems to be cooking maybe a small game or something over the fire. Do you approach?
Yep.
All right.
When we're about 20 feet away to not scare him or whatnot, Fix would kind of wave and say, "Hail and well met, traveler."
He will turn and not quite startled, a little startled, like he wasn't expecting somebody else to be out here, but not like scared out of his mind, startled. Just kind of starts a
yet.
little bit and turns and kind of looks, kind of squishes his eyebrows a little bit. This is Hail, well met. Travel these parts much?
First time. Yourself?
I travel these parts, I don't know, every 3-4 months or so.
I would assume typically more fancifully dressed.
Why would I be fancifully dressed? At this point, he kind of stands up. And when he stands up, you do see this is the person in Evangeline's image or vision that she shared. It is indeed that person. And as he stands up, you do see that he has a long sword. And, he's like, why would I be fancifully dressed? Fancifully dressed?
Let me put it this way. If you pull your blade, you'll suffer a fate worse than your father's.
And
Fix's armor is very distinctive. So if there was any knowledge of his, of who did what or was seen in
Or
that
was
fight, and I would say Kadath is
I
very
was going to
distinctive
say,
as
I'm kind of
well.
distinctive at that point.
you all have pretty distinctive features. I mean, you are also traveling around with a construct.
That too. Yeah. I think the only non-distinct one is the one that can be whatever the hell he wants.
Well,
Oh, I'm
true.
feeling blue at the moment. So.
Right.
It's pretty distinctive.
I don't know. Evangeline's probably pretty indistinct right now because she does have on her robes, But
the
she does have a construct.
You do have a construct.
A
So
rather large one.
he
The
will.
Kadath is always looking down on us.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He will kind of hold up his hands, like, I am clearly outnumbered. It would be foolish.
And outclassed.
How do you know my father?
We killed his guard and his mage and put him in prison.
Now I understand the desire to leave town early this time.
The desire. Whose desire?
Mine.
You didn't know why you needed to leave town?
Are you a clairvoyant?
Not initially. And not really. I had a feeling that my father was going to have some trouble revisit him, and figured I'd probably be leaving for the last time. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm okay with that.
Was this feeling in the form of somebody telling you?
Should I reveal the secret?
Yes.
Please, be
I
my
risk
guest.
I risk the wrath, and I don't know if her wrath is any better than death. Matter of fact, it'd probably be worse.
If it
It
is who I am
depends on who
thinking of,
her
it
is.
is definitely worse. If it is who I'm thinking of, your secret's safe with us. If it's not, well, I can't say that for sure.
Well, how am I to know if that is accurate? If who I know to be and who you think it is are one and the same. I mean, if I reveal something that you cannot keep.
I'll do my best. Take a leap of faith.
Have you heard of a rather beautiful woman by the name of Lady Jahara?
Why, yes.
Is that who you were thinking of? Because if not,
And
I
it
need to do
definitely
more than
wasn't her.
skip town.
It definitely was who I was thinking of.
It was who I was thinking of as well.
Lies.
It's better than who I was thinking of.
Yes, well, she managed to send word and some rather foretelling information to me that kind of settled it in my heart that this was going to be the last time I left town. I can be, let's be fair, I can be just as ruthless as my father. I mean, he is the one that raised me after all. But to rule a kingdom, ugh, it's too much like work.
Kind of like your betrothed was too much work. Because you left her behind.
Can you blame him there?
I mean, better to live on the corner of a rooftop than to live with a contentious woman.
Nice quote.
And what of your family and your father? Do Do you harbor ill will towards us for what will happen to he?
Are you the cause?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Kinda,
We are
sorta.
the
Yeah.
just kinda.
I
we are
can't
not
say
the
that.
cause, but we are the solution.
There you go. Much better answer.
He is the
Alan,
cause.
he is the cause. I cannot hold you to enacting the consequences that he had coming probably for most of his life.
Do we need worry of you returning at some point trying to reclaim your title?
Oh, heavens, no.
So you would not be interested in that sort of power?
Notoriety, sure. Power, too much responsibility.
Then where are you planning on going? And what do you plan on doing?
I figured I'd go and head east for a while. I'll probably end up hitting the Clock of Kala eventually, but might go through the pass. I've always been curious.
I don't know if Evangeline would be able to hide her curiosity.
Ask it. Or not.
Over the link. Forsyth, you're fairly insightful. Is he lying?
What is your passive insight?
Mine?
Stupid, yes.
Oh, 15.
Oh, who's got the stupid one?
I've got like, I think mine's.
Yeah,
I
let me
thought
double check what mine is.
I feel like one of you have like a 20 something.
I just realized I
17.
haven't pulled up my character.
I
Maybe
have
not.
a 10. I have a 25 passive investigation.
That's probably what I was thinking of.
I have a 20
17.
passive perception.
Okay.
I have a 17 passive insight.
Okay.
Yeah, mine's only 16
Okay.
Mine's only 15, so.
only.
Mine's
right.
only 10.
Evangeline's going, do I ask this question or not? Totally oblivious to whatever he's doing. I want to pick his brain.
And we all give a knowing glance.
Always on the quest for more information. She's a Vidalcan at heart.
Passive indifference.
With especially with the 17 and probably even down to the 15, as far as you can tell, the prince is being sincere. Like, he doesn't seem to be lying. He doesn't seem to be lying, but he might be withholding some information, not necessarily divulging everything. Like, he's not going to say, well, how's your mom, and then going to tell you about his mom's whole history. It's he's very picky
Right.
about what he's sharing. You can tell that.
I will ask him if he's ever been through that path before.
I started to.
Why did you stop?
Probably my mother. I would have to guess. I was probably, I don't know, 15, maybe younger, 14. I started to go because I'm very curious. But I knew if I did not return, it would have been hard on mother. I mean, to be fair, it probably would have been hard on father too, not having an heir to his throne.
That is interesting. I left home when I was 14 because I was curious.
And where did you go?
To the university in Key.
It's a much safer way to satiate your curiosity. Satiate your curiosity.
I never really left until they sent me on a mission.
It's a very,
And I've learned plenty since then.
well, travel, first-hand experience, that's the best knowledge to receive, if you ask me. Better than tutors and the like.
Well, I wouldn't say I didn't have tutors, but it was a little different.
Fair. I feel I probably would not have returned, even if I did make it through safely. Who knows what's out there? I could learn so much.
We all have duties we seem to have to uphold. I'm going to reach for my cloak and wrap it around, or my robes and wrap them around me. I don't know if he'll even notice them or not or recognize them, but I'll wrap it around and
And
say,
you will turn into Order of Truth.
it's Order of Truth.
Okay.
And it hides what I'm carrying. It just looks
Right.
like I'm just wearing a robe.
Now you're just wearing a robe.
We all grow up and we have adults around us who expect certain things of us and even hide things from us. But I have definitely learned more traveling than I learned staying. But at some point, perhaps
I need to go check my rat. Beep beep.
duty calls us back home from time to time.
Well, I don't suspect any calls home anytime soon, that's for sure. Travel does make one wiser.
So you have no desire or feelings that something has been taken that's rightfully yours.
I mean, who's to say that the city was rightfully mine? Other than my father. To be fair, I never really belonged there. I actually rather enjoyed Brianna's idea of getting involved in the steadfast. New places, new people. It was intriguing. Guess that's probably why I asked her to marry me. To be fair, she is more than one would bargain for. Nah, I think this is over. There's nothing left here. Perhaps I will go through the clock of Kala. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the other side.
Perhaps.
Coca-Cola.
Clock of Kala. Although Coca-Cola sounds really good.
Absolutely.
You're probably closer to it than she is.
Yes, you can see it. Although it's not Coca-Cola, I get generic brand because I like it better, actually.
Did you bring with you means?
Oh, I have my pack and I hunt.
Financial means.
I have a little, just in case I need a ferry ride or whatnot.
Surprising.
Perhaps.
Typically, those means don't give it up so easily.
Ah. Father used his weight, literally in gold, to control most of the people. And to be honest, I didn't see my future fiance, my future bride, being much different, to be fair. It wasn't really for me. I mean, if I'm going to be ruthless, why on earth would I use gold to do it?
Because it makes it so you don't need skill.
Yeah, but skill's so much better.
Sorry, Evangeline, what were you saying? Perhaps what? Sorry, I cut you off there.
That's okay. Not a problem. Perhaps you will need more than just a ferry ride. Perhaps along your way you might need a night of lodging.
That's entirely possible. Although I'm not foreign to sleeping under the stars, as per. And he kind of points to his little campfire and whatnot. This is not foreign to me.
Well, it is a lovely night tonight.
It is. You can see all the stars.
So look up in the sky. Like, it has been a long time since Fix paid attention to the sky.
It's true. You usually have your face in a forge.
Mm-hmm. But he'll look up and kind of smile and point out one of the constellations and just be kind of like, yeah, you're right. And
Start talking stars. Oh, he'll share. He'll share stars.
but
He
Fix is
likes the
very
stars.
brief. Excuse me, I had to. He's more brief about it than what any of the others have come to. They probably braced themselves for a big tirade.
And you keep it to only a few sentences.
Yeah.
Well, he will match you. He will match in kind. You see that he, and you will pick this up with his insight and whatnot. You see that he is matching your energy, in essence. He's not adding to or trying to take away from that in any way. Part of it could be simply because he is outmanned and feels he needs to appease in some way, or part of it could just be that's who he is. Not quite sure. With that, we're going to have to take a break. So we will be back shortly.
And we're back.
Welcome back. Sorry about that. That took a little longer than anticipated. We are outside the town.
Talking to the prince.
Talking to the prince. Literally outside of town. Far side of the lake. Chatting with the prince. You get the feeling from the prince just through this conversation that he is indeed just he's going to travel and probably will not look back. Is kind of what you get the feeling of.
If you're ever in Key, see if Fix is in town.
All right, I will do that. Key is a rather major city. Are you known in Key
Is he known?
to that?
Ugh.
Hey, I haven't been west of the Black Riage.
What do you know of Key?
I just know it's a major city in the Steadfast. Also know that like the marketing key, if you're looking for it, the marketing key probably has it.
With that, and based on the conversation and feeling that he's probably being genuine, Fix will walk up and extend his hand and introduce himself as Lord Kofic Trinston.
Oh, okay. He's like, oh, all right then. This is is it? Are you an old name in Key?
Old enough.
So I should, if I'm in Key, I should look you up in, I'm assuming the upper district.
Upper district, lower district. Just say you're looking for Fix.
You're a little bit of everywhere, huh?
A little bit here, a little bit there.
All right then. If I'm ever in Key, I'll look you up. You are welcome to share my fire for the evening. It's quite late.
Look to the others.
You should try not to keep him awake all night.
You guys sleep just fine, okay?
Yeah, but we're used to it.
We're used to you.
Aw, fine. I will forego forging for one night.
Or at least not all night.
Okay, yes, not all night.
All right. So you joining for the evening?
Yeah.
And he will share, like folklorish type stories and whatnot with you if you ask. He shies away from a lot of personal things. If you ask him about personal stuff, he shies away from most of that. And you guys are going to be able to spend the evening. You're going to get a long rest in for the evening. Is there anything you wish to discuss that evening with him or with each other? It doesn't really matter. You can discuss stuff without him knowing, obviously.
Probably without him knowing. What the hell are we doing next? I remember we had a plan, but that plan is vacated my brain.
I'm going to pull out my orb and look for Gavian.
All right. You look for Gavian. Connecting to Gavian is rather quick. You're getting very familiar with Gavian in your orb. And you connect to him rather quickly. You see him. Let me see if I wrote this down. I did write this down. You see him as he seems to be flying. You see the hair kind of being whipped about rather rapidly, like he's going quickly. You've got him very close, and as you kind of pan out a little bit, you see him atop a gold dragon and charging toward some red and blue dragons. Um, as you kind of watch, you get that image that he is holding on to basically a horn with one hand, or a spine, with one hand, and he has his dagger,
The proper one.
the proper one, in the other hand, and he seems to be waiting as they're flying really close. You see him kind of prep. You know this. You've seen it in Kosha even. He is prepping to jump, basically. And he's got the dagger and he's ready to go. You see this flash, and then it flashes again. And you see, all of a sudden he seems to be free falling, like through the air. And as he's free falling through the air, you kind of see beyond him, and beneath him you see a white drake and a black drake. They seem to be colliding rather hard against one another. And it's very confusing for you right now because most of the white drakes have pacts with, what are they called? I want to say Andulan Knights, but I'm not sure if that's right. They have pacts with the knights that the Order of Truth has used before in various things, but they don't report to the Order of Truth. They just, they have a good working relationship. But you do see atop the white drake a knight on the drake, and he seems to be ready to attack. And on the black drake, you see Arias on the black drake, and they are colliding. And as Gavian is falling, his trajectory is to land on the back of that white drake. And it flashes, and at the next vision that you start to see, it becomes super blurry, and then it kind of shifts a little bit, and you see Gavian walking down the road. He's walking a little bit different, but not weakened, like he's not limping or anything, but he's definitely walking more wizened, like he lived through some crap. And as you kind of focus in on him, you see the scars.
The first thing I see, everybody else will hear a the second thing I see, everyone will hear a no. And the third thing, him free falling. Yeah, as he starts to free fall, and I'm looking at the collisions. I will scream out, no. No! And then as I see him walking, I will break free from the orb. And I will turn and I will look at Fix. And I have tears in my eyes. You can see the glint of the firelight off of them. And I will look at Fix and say, they're in trouble.
Future, present, past.
You don't think it's future. It's not hazy like your future visions are.
I will say now, very recent past, because I talked to Gavian yesterday morning. And you would know all of that. You've been watching me close enough. You know who I'm looking at.
Stands up. Y'all ready for a sleepless night?
Always.
Oh yeah, you did this before you went to bed.
Yeah.
The problem is I already pressed the long rest button.
It's not like you were missing hit points, I don't think.
No.
Or really even missing that many spells.
Yep.
Identify, maybe.
Yeah. And haste.
And haste. I was going to say he did a haste.
And force wall. So I was missing 3 spells.
Oh,
Okay,
you were
I got
missing
the-
force wall.
I've
Okay.
used nothing, so I'm good.
I think during our travel, Forsyth would have gotten at least a short rest on the ferry ride and all that.
Somewhere, yeah, you would have at least gotten a short rest.
Yeah, I'm ready to change into anything.
All right, then I will focus on essentially the fact that Gavian, part of my blood, and also utilizing the psychic link from the order or the organization or the jagged dream to pinpoint him and teleport us to him.
Okay, you're going to teleport directly to Gavian.
I'm gonna tell everybody be prepared to arrive in the air.
Yeah, you could be free falling.
Yep.
Wait, before we do that, if we're gonna do it that way, just in case, I'm going to use my levitate ability on myself and grab hands, basically.
Well, you have
Or-
to grab heads to teleport anyway, I think.
Mhm.
You
Yep.
have to be in contact.
I'll grab the hands of Evangeline and Fix, because Forsyth can change into something flying if he needs to.
True. All right.
Okay, let's go.
All right. And you get a hold of Buckley and you teleport.
Yep.
I don't remember what the die roll is for that.
It is a D100, and there's a bunch of modifiers. Let me get it for you. Because of, like, if you're familiar with the place or the person and all that fun
Extremely familiar with the person. Somewhat familiar with the place.
stuff. All right, let's see here. Teleport. Very familiar, or associated object. He's got the
Yeah.
if he's got his pendant, then it's an associated object. So
Yeah.
I have a
Did you-
100% success rate.
Did you make
okay.
him a new pendant?
All right.
He did.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I was like, you've got to be pretty close to 100%, if not there. All right. So yeah, you're going to be successful to teleport directly to him. Chances are, whether or not he's caught in the free fall. Lucky for you, I can't roll well. So
This is a permanent condition.
I actually rolled an 7 for that.
Sometimes we actually count on that.
So you teleport and you land on the ground, except for Kadeth, he's slightly levitating. And it kind of startles you at first that you just even land on the ground, knowing that he was free falling at least in one of those visions. He's not afraid of heights, and but very quickly you realize next to you you hear screeches of dragons in the air, and you realize instantly that Gavian is laying on the ground, moaning. He is moaning. He's got a huge gash. What did I say? Was it across his shoulder or down his face? I can't remember. Can't remember where I said. From
both,
claws.
kind of.
From claws.
Like,
oh yeah,
across.
there was a scar from force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple
Yeah.
claw marks.
There's claw marks across his body, and you do see a slash across his face. It was the smoother cut was across his face. And he is moaning. His eyes are closed, and he seems to be, from what you can tell, he seems to be trying to collect himself. He's hurt.
Okay.
He's bleeding.
Forsyth, can you heal him, please?
I can't hear you, Joe.
I said, Forsyth, can you heal him, please?
Yes, I can. How hurt is he?
Pretty bad. He's
bad.
bleeding. He's bleeding pretty good.
He's bloody.
He's bloodied.
Okay, no problemo.
If you can't see it, it's probably internal because he's laying on the ground. And
if you have heal, now would be the time for it.
Yeah, let me. Okay, I will do a. Yeah, I'll do a heal spell.
all right.
That's 70 points.
Oof. All right. You watch him after you do the heal. You don't see anything on the outside heal up immediately. But after a little bit, when the heal takes place, you do see the cuts stop bleeding. They don't seal up, but they do stop bleeding. You realize that there was probably a lot more internal damage than there was outward damage.
You'll live, guy.
I will thank Forsyth as I go to Gavian and touch him, and I will cast invisibility on both of us.
How
Anybody
was
got
he
the
still
silence
bloody?
spell? Oh.
Was he still bloody?
He was still bloody, yeah. I mean, there's still blood and stuff on him. He's not bleeding any further, but the wounds aren't healing up. Like, they're not mending yet. It's like at this point, natural healing will and create the scars and stuff, or create scabs and whatnot. But he's not gushing blood anymore.
Would we be able to forego the scars and such if we were to heal him with magical means?
Probably.
You got another heal in you, Forsyth?
Yeah.
I mean, you did a lot of healing. I mean, basic cure wounds would probably lighten the scars, at least.
Yeah, I'll do a 4th level cure wounds.
Okay. All right. As Evangeline runs up to him and starts to grab him, Forsyth reaches down again
20 more points.
to grab 20 more points, and then they both disappear. So,
I can still see him.
oh, that's true. You can still see him. I forgot about that. You heal him for 20 more points.
Me, senor?
And now there's a little glow of magic around both of them.
I'll reach in my pouch, and I don't know if he needs more healing, but I'll reach in my pouch and pull out a potion of superior healing and be like, give him this and just hold it out for Evangeline to take.
He's come to. I mean, yeah, he could take it, but he's definitely not on death's door anymore. For sure.
Unless you think the scars are attractive, then that's up to you.
It's true. The scars are starting to heal up a little bit.
I mean, some chicks do dig scars, so hey.
I love the man, not the
people
picture.
like scars. Hey, the scars let you tell stories.
But I will reach out from Fix and grab it and at least slide it in his pocket.
And it disappears.
Looking around, I'll speak out loud. Did you kill the one that did this to you?
Yes. It was glorious. You should have seen it.
We saw
Uh,
Evangeline saw part of it at least.
I will ask him, where is your mother?
Still to the sky. Forsyth, you see him look up. And if you follow his gaze, you will see a black drake like way up in the sky. She seems to be actually diving at another white drake.
Okay. This seems violent or fun.
Oh, very violent. Full
Um,
claws, screeches, roars, war cries.
How high up are they?
Oh, probably 600 feet. They are doing aerial combat for sure.
I have nothing that reaches that high.
So you guys want me to get involved in this or just let them fight?
Oh, we're killing as many of them as we can.
Can't
At
hear
least,
you.
Fix says,
Killing.
I'm killing as many of them as I can. And he casts fly on himself.
Okay, you cast fly.
Well, actually, I'll look to the others. Anyone coming with me?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will follow. I will wild shape into a you know, the Q one.
Oh yeah, the Q one. Gotcha. You're gonna wild shape into
Doesn't have a lot of hit points, but he's got a lot of oomph.
a
Gavian, you
bird
joining
that
us?
you've only seen a little bit. Cavian says, "Oh yeah, I'm feeling right as rain now. Let's go."
I will use a. That's what 4 of us. Does he have a way to fly?
Do I have a way to fly?
Yes.
I mean, no. I've been doing just a lot of dragon hopping, to be perfectly honest. You know, Claston's been able to get me up there most of the time.
Well, I can't see you two, so you're gonna have to grab on, and I'll
Oh.
put my hand out.
And we'll go and we'll grab a hold.
I'll grab a hold.
All right. I am going to cast fly on myself, Kadath, Evangeline, and Gavian,
All right.
and then I'll look at Evangeline. You're gonna have to fly. Get Buckley to fly because I can't help you there.
That or Buckley staying here.
Or Buckley
I,
stay
I
here.
will have Buckley stay as close as possible.
All right.
Because the only thing I can do to him is vortex warping. And don't know that I'm ready for that yet. And they're very high in the sky, and I can't really reach that far.
Very high. All right, so Buckley's going to stay on the ground and keep an eye to the sky.
Yes.
All right. All right, you cast fly. And you change into the bird that we can't pronounce.
Quetzalcoatl.
That's a what?
Quetzalcoatl,
Quetzalcoatl?
That's close enough.
basically.
All right. You change into that, and you all
God
take
bless
off.
you.
I know, right? And you take off toward the sky. You see, now that you're actually looking, you see, you see your mom, Fix. You see Arias on the black drake diving at another white drake at one of these nights. You see like 2 more knights that seem to be fighting other dragons. It seems like they're fighting the red and blue dragons as well as Claston. When they can, you can see they are no match to Claston. Just straight up. Claston
That's
is
destroying them.
Yeah.
He's an ancient gold dragon.
Yes. And he is non-discriminatory with his fire breath.
I'll fly through it if I need to. I will connect with my mother through the circlet.
Okay. Are you able to do that?
I am. I rolled it.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Who are we killing? That's like the first thing that comes through.
Anyone not associated with Yashul, basically.
Any identifying?
She says, well, right now, the Angulan Knights are more of a problem than the dragons.
All right, going after the
So you want me to attack the knights?
yeah, we're going after the knights, not the dragons.
They're
No
knights.
problem. I'm going to fly into one at full speed.
All right.
Knights it is.
And
Which gives me plus 10 to damage. So
Nice. So you're basically air charging them.
Yeah.
over the link of us, we've got 10 minutes of fly. So
We'll make the most of it.
I am fairly hampered in my abilities keeping this going.
You just keep us aloft.
Do my best.
We'll do what we can.
I got a few hours.
I can always cast it on myself if I need to.
You can only cast it on yourself, though, right?
No, fly I have as a spell. Levitate
Oh,
I
okay.
only can do on myself.
Okay, so you can cast it up to how many people?
I don't
Because
even
you
know.
cast it, what, 5th level?
Yeah.
You could get 3 people total.
3
including
targets.
yourself.
Yeah, 3 people.
3 people, so you and 2 others?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, not that the battle will last 10 minutes, most likely, but go ahead and roll me a quick initiative, because I don't suspect this battle will take too very long. They're already hindered.
11. That's with my plus 4.
That's nothing. I only got 4.
Did you include your D8?
Oh yeah, D8. I forgot about that. It's been a while.
Oh.
Oh, 12.
Haha.
Because the
Six.
D8 always rolls better than the D20 does.
What'd you get, Fix?
25.
25. Evangeline?
18.
18. Dang, even with my pluses, I only got a 10. Okay.
Behind me.
Yeah, right. All right. Y'all are flying up. How fast is your fly?
80.
I know yours is fast. How fast is the actual fly spell?
60?
Us?
Yeah, I think it's 60.
Okay. I'm gonna
yeah,
say it
60.
it takes a few rounds to get up there. Forsyth, you are definitely flying twice as fast as everybody else. I mean, you are booking it. So you are going to actually get around before everybody else arrives. You are diving into one of the drakes. Are you charging into the same one Arias is charging into, or a different one? There's about 3 of them in the sky.
A different one.
Okay.
Actually makes more sense.
All right. Go ahead and roll me your attack.
Okay.
Gotta remember if they're in here or not.
Well, I missed.
Oh, jeez. Roll this with.
Unless I had advantage.
Roll it with advantage. They are not anticipating more people to join this, especially a bird.
Okay. Well, it was only a 14 to hit.
Okay. I am looking for. Are they not in?
Excuse me. No, it was only 12 to hit. It was a 12 to hit.
Oh, a 12 to hit. That might miss. Okay,
Yeah.
they are not in this book. I thought they were in that book. Let me pull out my other book. They are in this one. Oops. There they are. 12 to hit will miss.
Okay.
All right. So you see Forsyth attempt to drive into one, and it kind of dodges. It makes evasive maneuvers and kind of dodges out of the way.
And I will keep going past
You just keep
full
going.
movement, so I have more speed, more range to come back.
All right, you're gonna and bank
Sort of like
and
dive
come back.
bombing.
Yeah. Maybe you'll bank up this way and come down from above. That brings us to the top of the round, which is fix. You can go toward the one that your mom is. Oh, I should probably roll her too. Oh, she's got a much better AC.
Yeah, I'll go towards my mother. Is she right next to one?
Yes.
All right. Then.
Matter of fact,
Oh,
her Drake has probably got a hold of the neck of the other one.
okay. Knowing her, what I know about how she fights, does she use her action to have her Drake attack, or is it the Drake's action that attacks?
It is the Drake's action that attacks.
Mhm.
It kind of works almost like an animal friend or an animal companion. She commands it, and then it kind of does the same thing until she tells it to do something different. Lulu, you better not be in there. You better be laying down.
Is she wielding her sword or anything like that?
She has a dagger out in hand right now, but she's on the back of her Drake. She's not
Okay.
running off the back of her Drake right now.
Then what I will do.
Probably, you kind of saw your mom fight once before, outside of Rarmon. But to the best of your recollection, she will fight dirty. She generally tries to get her Drake up underneath the belly of the prey, because the black Drake is a little bit smaller than the white Drakes, but she uses that to her advantage to get up underneath the other Drake so that the other Drake can't really do anything.
Then over the link, because speaking ish is a free action, right?
Yeah.
Over the link, what's the word for attack in Draconic?
Well, I
What's
don't know
Draconic?
what the word.
His mom.
Oh,
His mom.
for your mom.
Yeah.
She will respond in Draconic attack.
Okay. Then I will get within 30 feet of them. I will cast Aid at 2nd level on myself, the Drake, and Evangeline. It'll give 5 max hit points. And then I will
Okay.
call out, I forgot what her Drake's name was.
Seti.
I will call out Seti and then repeat the word for attack, using my ability to give it an attack.
All right. And it attacks with some fervor here. That was an 18 to hit. All right, so it's going to do some damage here. Seventeen points as it claws into the underbelly. It kind of moves itself and kind of pulls the Drake in the air. It's really kind of inspiring how this Drake can pull the other Drake. Kind of pulls him in the air and grabs into the other Drake's belly with its claws and just kind of yanks with its head and does a good 17 points of damage as you start to see red upon this white Drake.
And then as my bonus action, the fates align, and I will go into a trance of order for 1 minute.
A trance of order. For 1 minute. This is not a concentration,
Nope. It is
and
as a
neither
bonus
is
action.
aid.
Nope.
Okay.
Fly
1
is
minute.
though, right?
Yes.
Fly is, yes.
Yes. For one
That's
minute, for the
sure.
duration, attack rolls against you can't benefit from advantage, and whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can treat a roll of 9 or lower on the d20 as a 10.
I need that. All right. Good to know. That brings us to Evangeline.
How far away are we from the knights? Am
Uh,
I from the knights?
Close enough to get to melee range with one of them. You saw 3 in the air. One of them, Arias's Drake is on. One of them, Forsyth dive bombed and is circling around to dive bomb again. And the third one is not engaged. And they
Okay.
all look like they're pretty wore out, damaged. Like
I
they're
am going
not at full
to,
health.
the one that's not being attacked at the moment,
Yeah.
I'm going to cast at him Vortex Warp,
Okay.
and I'm going to grab him. He's on the back of a dragon,
Yeah, he's on the back of a Drake.
a white drake. I'm going to grab him off. He gets to make a Constitution savings throw.
It's a con save.
It is.
That is an 18.
Oh, that's what my thing is. 18.
That Drake.
Silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs. You little meanie. They're
Okay.
definitely distinctive from dragons. They are drakes.
They're drakes.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're smaller. All right. Here comes the 2. Oh no, it was a 5.
Okay. I'm going to take him off of the back of that drake and
All right.
move him 90 feet above and in the direction of Buckley, just in case,
Okay.
and drop him in the middle of the sky and let him fall.
All right.
600 feet.
I don't think
know
he's
that he's
the sudden stop at the end is the problem. The free fall, not a problem.
Oh, and from Silvery Barbs, I give Kadath advantage on his next attack.
Hey. All right. Well, he's falling through the air. It's 600 feet. It's going to take him around to get down there.
That's fine.
He's fallen.
I will not cast Featherfall on him. So, however, for my bonus action, I will tell
Make sure he dies.
Buckley know to make sure he dies.
All right.
Make sure he's dead.
All right. That brings us to Kadath.
All right.
Oh, I forgot Arias. That's okay. Kadath.
So you can do her if you want, real quick. But
All right. Arias is going to command her Drake to attack again. That's 19. How come I can't roll like this for my characters? Whew.
Because they're the bad guys.
That's... And this Drake is not looking healthy. Because the Arias's Drake just darn near did rip out a good chunk of its throat. It's starting to thrash and it's bleeding. It's bleeding out. It's looking like it's gonna die real soon. Kadath.
all right, I'm gonna use my Hexblade's Curse on whichever one is closest. Can I get to one?
You can get to any of them because this is theater of the mind. I'm not doing like, oh, you're 100 feet from this one and 300 feet from this one because it's just easier in the head. You're
Right.
close enough to get to any of the 3.
Okay.
It's up to you which one you want to attack.
Well, whichever one's closest. Whichever one's closest that has a rider.
That would be 2. One of them, Arias is attacking, and the other one, Forsyth's coming around to dive bomb again. So currently he's not directly engaged, but
Then
The one Arias is fighting looks almost dead.
Yeah, the one
Okay.
Arias is fighting is
Gonna be dead real soon.
it's gonna be dead real soon.
okay, then I'll go for the other one
Okay.
for the moment.
Was I supposed to get my attack before him? But
No, you're right after him. He
You're right
rolled a
after me.
12. You rolled an 11.
Yeah, I forgot he gets that.
+8.
He got
Plus a
that plus
D8.
8.
All right, so I'm doing Hexblade's Curse on that one
All right.
on the rider,
On the rider. Okay.
and flying up to him and gonna do Green Flame Blade.
Okay.
So
And you have an advantage on the attack roll.
I have advantage.
Yeah, because of the 8 or whatever.
Darn, no
Silvery
19 or
barbs.
20.
Silvery barbs. That was it.
That's like a 27 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that'll hit him.
Okay, so I always forget how much one of them
hello.
gets. All right.
I take it Ian just got home.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to see you hear it. Oh, sorry. How's it going? It's going good. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Let me
We might have
shut
to
the
mute
sound
him.
off here.
Sorry, I had to double check. I couldn't remember the damage on this. Okay, so regular damage from the sword itself is going to be 12
Okay.
plus 5, so 17.
17.
Then,
And then the hex on top of that.
well, that was including
Oh,
the
that was
Hexblade's Curse,
including
but
that.
the green flame blade gives me
Green
more.
flame blade.
So the rider takes another 9 fire damage.
Yeah, we'll probably
And
be maybe
then-
another 10 minutes tops.
Okay. I just making sure. And
That's if
then
Chuck can
the Drake itself takes 20 fire damage.
Okay, the Drake is taking 20 fire damage. How much was the knight taking?
He took 17 from the sword
Right, I got
and
that.
9 fire.
Oh, 9 fire. Okay, I missed the 9 fire. I was like, what happened?
And then the Drake takes 20 fire.
Okay. All right, the Drake is looking hurt.
Okay.
That brings us to Forsyth.
Okay.
You saw the
It's
Drake kind of in flames briefly, and you see kind of Kadeth there with the sword just, and you're going to be able to dive bomb him
Yeah.
without hitting Kadeth.
Going to come at him at full speed from at least 30 feet away.
Easy enough to do.
And let's see. And I'm going to miss again.
Oh, jeez. I'm glad somebody on this planet rolls as bad as I do.
I've been known to roll pretty bad. He's prehistoric, you know? He doesn't
Yeah, you know,
have that feel for it.
it's pretty accurate. All right. Gavian is going to fly over and land. He's going to land on the riderless Drake. And he is going to grab a hold of that Drake and begin to control it. It's a trained Drake. He's figured, why not? Let's give it a go. Maybe I can use the Drake. That brings us back to, oh, nope, gives it to them because they rolled a 10. The one Drake is thrashing, being attached to Arias's, being attached to Seti, and fails miserably. The other Drake is going to attempt to curl around and bite Kadeth. with
Oh,
a
nice.
23 to hit.
What? That actually hits me?
Well, you know,
And I didn't even put Armor of Agathis on.
well, that is
First of all,
19 points of damage from its bite, and it has you in its mouth.
Sucks
spit
for
it
it.
out.
Spit it out.
Bad
Spit
Drake.
it out.
Bad Drake.
And being in his mouth, he's gonna toss you a little bit, so that you try to, but you're still in his mouth. He's moving you around, try to disorient you and get you back to the knight so that the knight can stab you. But you're not there yet. You got attacked by the drake. It's a cooperative type of attack here. That brings us back to the top with Fix.
Did the drake that Kadath attacked seem to be vulnerable to the fire?
No, it seemed to be normal damage.
Okay. Well, I can hope, but
Right?
Well, that means it's not invulnerable either, which is nice.
true.
No, it doesn't have
So-
any immunities or resistances to it.
Yes, I will. I'll cast firebolt. Excuse me,
All right.
firebolt at it.
Firebolt at the one that has Kadeth in his mouth. All right, roll me to hit.
That is going to be a 27.
That hits.
All right. All right. 23 points of damage.
Whew. Yeah, he looks really rough. That just hit him just right in the... Let's see if he drops. Nope, he does not drop Kadeth. It
Well, this
hits him
wasn't the
kind
one
of in
that
the
was.
side.
This is the one that my mother was fighting. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were hitting the one with Kadeth.
My bad.
Okay. Whoop. Okay, the one with your mother. It screeches, and it stops flapping, and it begins to relax. And as Seti realizes it begins to relax, Seti kind of starts to work on righting herself so that she's not falling underneath the Drac. She's going to be carrying him at this point. So she starts to flap her wings to right herself.
Okay, and then no, I don't think I have any bonus actions that I want to do. Yeah, no, that's all I'm doing.
Okay, Evangeline, as we get to your turn, you're gonna see the knight getting closer to the ground. He will probably hit the ground this round.
Okay. I'm going to pull my crossbow and let 2 bolts go.
At?
I want to get Kadath out of the mouth of the
Okay.
The dragon.
So you're gonna shoot at that dragon. That drake.
The first one is a 17 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
That is. Oh, there it is. That's 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And the second one is a 32 to hit because I rolled a nat 20.
That one will miss.
And that is that is 22 points of damage.
Holy crap. All right. You hit that Drake, bam, bam, and it lets go of Kadeth. Kadeth, you kind of fly about 5 feet just from momentum or so, just out of melee range almost, and before you kind of kick your fly back in so you don't fall. And he screeches, and with the bolt, the way it was placed, you see him starting to fumble with his wings. He's not able to fly anymore, and he begins to fall. That brings us to Kadeth. Nope, Arias. Arias is before Kadeth. Seti gets herself righted, and she's holding the dragon. And Arias is basically tells Seti to drop it, and Seti just kind of flings it in the air. You see the Drake and the rider, who was starting to unseat himself to climb up to Seti, begin to fall. Kadeth,
Mm-hmm.
you are in the air. The Drake you were on looks like it is beginning to fall. It's not going to be able to fly. The knight that's on it kind of has an oh shit look on his face, because he doesn't have anywhere to go. He begins to unbuckle from the dragon and or the Drake, and begins to climb up so that he is free of the Drake for other purposes, perhaps.
Well, I'm going to.
Is he the only live knight right now?
The one that's falling on the dead Drake, the one that's about to hit the ground this round, and
They're all still alive.
they're all still alive.
He's the most alive, the furthest away from actually dying.
He's the furthest away from actually dying right now, yes.
All
Over
right.
the link, we should probably find out who sent them.
Yeah, you know what? I will.
I can cast Featherfall on one of them, but somebody needs to be there to grab.
But we can all get down fast enough. Since I'll just kind of slowly float.
Yeah. And wait, is it the one that I did the Hexblade's Curse on?
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not next to him currently?
You're about 10 feet from him or so.
Oh,
They are
okay.
beginning their fall, and you're about 10 feet from them. Close enough to get to him again if you need to.
Okay. Then I'm going to attempt to basically grapple.
Okay. You're going to
but
grab the knight.
So what I'm going to do, I'm kind
Get him
of,
in a headlock.
I have my Relentless Hex lets me teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the target. So I'm going to teleport right behind him
Okay.
and kind of trying to time it to wait for him to get his bindings loose. So if I have to wait till
Okay.
a moment to do it, I'm gonna stay within 30 feet, and then as soon as I can do that, I'll basically teleport right behind him and try and grab him.
Okay. Go ahead.
Pinning his arms down, kind of thing. Grab him from behind.
All right. Go ahead and roll me your athletics.
Is this an ability check, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just had a flash of genius. Add 5 to it just to make sure.
Wait.
I think he's going to grab him.
He looks like he's going to grab him.
Do this.
That would be a 22 then.
Holy crap. Not a problem, as he is very distracted on getting free of the Drake. and is unable to resist with his whopping 4. The flash of genius alone would be so bad. All right. All right. That brings us to then Forsyth, because it's not their turn yet.
Okay.
That drake has fallen. It looks like it's not going to be able to fly. It's either going to hit the ground and die, or it's going to die on the way down. That's the way it
Are
looks.
there any others that are still existent?
It does not look like it. I mean, they're all still alive, but they're all falling.
Except for the one Gavian's on.
Except for the drake that Gavian's on. That's true.
Yeah.
The drake that Gavian's on, he's controlling that drake,
Right.
and it looks like he's pulling him around.
Well, I'm going to go hit the one that's falling nearest the same
Okay.
one.
Okay.
Just because.
All right.
Something.
Just because he can, hopefully.
18 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. So let's see. Damage is going to be okay. 66 plus 2.
Ooh.
Well, that's because traveling at that
charge.
speed with that
Yeah.
much weight.
Yeah.
So 22 points of damage.
All right. That will be enough to kill this drake. So we're going to be out of combat, but I'm going to narrate a little bit about what happened here. As the other two slam into the ground, very promptly spilling their guts everywhere, because at that velocity, it's not pretty. And the other one that Kadeth and Forsyth were on, the drake is flopping around trying to get righted. Can't fly really. One wing is very gimpy, and it looks like he's slowly losing his life anyway. The knight unbuckles himself. He begins to work his way up on top of the drake to probably try to use some kind of force or momentum to prevent slamming onto the ground with the drake. And Kadeth pops up behind him, grabs a hold of him, and holds him suspended in the air as the drake begins to fall. And here comes, gosh, I can't even pronounce the name, and just grabs a hold of that drake and just rips right into it. The drake is definitely dead at this point, as it's missing half of its gut.
Yum.
I holler out, "Killed Stealer!"
And we are out of combat. Gavian will pull the drake around, get him to land on the ground. You can tell pretty quickly that though these drakes are very hefty, they're fast, they're strong, they're beautiful to look at. They've got some gut to them. You know that these went out probably because they've been fighting already for several minutes, and they're just exhausted and worn out and whatnot, and have already taken some damage and things. They are intelligent creatures, but they're not necessarily they serve, and they serve whomever has their reins, per se. They figure we serve the rider. If there's a rider, that's who we serve. That's their intelligence. And so Gavian gets his to land and kind of hops off of it, and you kind of see it shake its head a little bit, and it tends to just stand there kind of waiting. You see the carnage all over the ground of dead drakes and flattened knights. And Seti also lands down next to the white drake, and you see them kind of snap at each other a little bit, but not making any kind of contact. And Araya slides off of Seti.
I will squirt them with some water and say, "Bad drake."
Pop them on the nose. Poop.
I would land shortly after.
I booped the snoot.
You boop the snoot.
Then I liked it.
And everybody lands, and that is where we're going to stop for tonight because it is almost 10 o'clock AZ time, and I realized we started late. That's why I wasn't too concerned about trying to cut it too quick, even though poor Rhonda is up till 1 again. Well, actually, it's only midnight right now. So.
Oh, so we can keep going.
Oh,
No, got no problems for me.
but it is after combat, and we will, unless you want to close this out to a different closing point, which may take another half an hour or so, we will pause there, and we will pick this up again at the beginning of the year. So
I'll leave that to Rhonda if she wants to continue to the next pausing point. She's the one in the furthest time zone.
I'm whatever. I haven't played hardly at all. I'm like, but no, I'm fine. I ain't gonna go to sleep anyway right now. I overslept this morning.
Well, I'll leave that up to the rest of the crew then.
No matter to me.
I'm easy.
Next pausing point it is.
Next pause.
Yeah.
All right. You override me. Those of you who are watching, you get some extra time tonight. All right. So everybody lands on the ground. And you see Gabion with kind of a smile on his face. He's like, yeah, I rode the Drake. And Araya slides down and walks over. And she's like, oh, part of me wants to yell at you for coming into this mess. And the other part of me says, thank the gods you did.
6 of one, half dozen of another.
Yeah, basically. And she kind of smiles at Gavian. You can see that she is relieved. You know that she saw him fall. And really could do nothing about it. Let's oh, I see Kadeth has one of the knights.
Well, you know.
Figured we want to know what they were doing here.
They're knights. They have probably received intel, or somebody has been triggered in some manner of Claston. Mutated beings or beings of mutants or meta-humans, humanoids. And Golan Knights are not a fan. And yeah, they probably decided that they needed to take care of Claston, but didn't realize that we're not really a match for a gold dragon of his magnitude.
I'll look to the knight. Is that true?
He looks back at you and it's like, of course it is true. We are called to promote and preserve the human race. And he goes into the whole creed kind of thing that you're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
I'll kind of pretend. I'll look like I'm listening to him and kind of nodding and nodding as I walk towards him, and then I'll hit him in the chest with my forging hammer.
Ow. he'll he'll cough a little bit, and he might spew a little bit of blood. He's pretty worn out and beat up already too.
I'll look to my mother and say, "Feed him to SETI for all I care."
Did we figure out? Did we? I miss.
Did you miss?
Who hired them, or who sent them on this mission, or were they on this mission of their own accord?
Yeah, if you're asking.
Basically, it's just what they do.
It's the Grand Knight. The Grand Knight sends us out. I think they're called Grand Knight. I'd have to look.
Where is he?
Back home.
Be a little bit more specific.
Only the knights go there.
Are you a knight?
Yes.
So you know where there is. So where is there?
You're right. I know where there is. Oh shoot! It didn't give me a quick location.
Okay, it's Buckley's turn to put them antlers to use around his neck.
Oh, he will say it is the sanctuary of the eye.
Sanctuary of the eye.
Do we know where that is?
Let's see if you know where that is. Ooh. Well, I was expecting that to be a country. Apparently, it is not. I will have to dig a little bit. It's probably a city. Sanctuary of the Night is in Ghan. Ghan. And it's probably a city, so if you can find it faster than me, by all means. Well, I thought it was a city.
What was it called?
Ghan, Ghan. Yeah, I'm having trouble locating it.
The Kingdom of God.
Oh, it is a kingdom?
What I'm seeing here. It is in the Steadfast. It borders Traeolus to the southeast and Navarrene to the northeast.
Wow, it is not listed on here.
Do you see the Westwood?
I do see the Westwood.
It is right below that.
That's all part of the Sea Kingdom, according to my map.
Yeah, it's the Sea Kingdom of Ghan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't finish reading it. I just read Sea Kingdom. Okay, I'm tired.
That's okay.
Of which
The Castle Aventur is not far from there.
and neither is the City of Bridges, but the City of Bridges.
The City of Bridges is in the Sea Kingdom of Ghan.
Yes, it is. It's the capital.
What's that other one? Right
I'm
below
not
it.
seeing this Sanctuary of the Night.
There's a monolith there.
Oh, I have it written as Sanctuary of the Eye.
Of the Eye.
Yeah,
I'm
Of
not
the
seeing
eye.
that either.
Yeah,
But
no,
my-
it's not in there, but it's in Ghan. It's not actually like a landmark or anything in here, because only the knights go there. You think they're gonna put it on a map?
So where is this Sanctuary of the Eye?
In Ghan.
Where?
The
In
The
Ghan?
pretty big place. Lots of cities, lots of territory to work through. You drink somewhere. You shop somewhere. What's the city?
Sanctuary of the Eye is on the northern coast of the peninsula. The drakes like the cliffs.
Is it hidden from sight?
I mean, unless you approach from above. Hence, only the knights go there.
Do you realize you stupid knights are not the only ones that can fly, correct?
Well, obviously.
I do now.
And I'll point over to one of his compatriots that fell, and you don't fly very well either.
We don't typically lose our drakes,
Well, you lost all of them today.
apparently.
Do you have a way to communicate with your knight, Papa Daddy, whatever?
Papa Daddy.
Your head knight.
We communicate when we return. We do the job. We go home.
What happens when you don't go home?
The job was not done.
And what will they do?
They will either send more or scout it out to see if it is necessary still.
What alerted you?
Not what?
Who?
The Grand Knight has many resources.
Okay. The question is still, who alerted you?
The Grand Knight sent us on this mission. Who told him I would not know?
So you are lapdogs that follow orders.
A flunky.
We do follow orders, yes.
No better than your drakes.
An army who does not follow orders would not be a very good army, now would it? It's not like he tells me when to sleep or when to drink or when to eat. He sends me on a mission.
And like a good little dog, you obey.
It's within the code. He begins to spout out the code again.
I want to try to do an insight check. I rolled a 19.
An insight gives you, he knows he's lost. He knows he's probably not going to walk out of this. Yet he is giving arrogance like almost like you've never seen before. He's just like, he is steadfast to his beliefs and to his code and to the code that he has devoted his entire life to, per se. And he may not come out of this alive, but by golly, he will stick to his code.
I'm gonna look and see if there's anything in the book on the sanctuary of the eye.
Okay. So you pull out the book. You sit down, pull out the book, take a look.
Take
Reading
a
Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow.
Rainbow becomes a sprout,
because it's magical.
and butterflies start to fill the air. um, you start looking. You see Sanctuary of the Eye in the book. You see that it was established probably 5th, no, maybe 6th age. Not too long after the Order of Truth, from your recollection and your remembrance of history. And you see that when they were established, there was a lot of chaos in the land. And there was a lot of, quite frankly, mutants and metahumans were causing chaos. And so they established to take care of this chaos. They since have broken off from any other control. They are self governed per se. They're not under the control of any particular government. They are an order of themselves. They do work closely often with the Order of Truth because of, well, you know what the Order of Truth's codes were. But they were never regulated by the Order of Truth. It was more like they were hired by the Order of Truth to handle some things. But they are also known as like guardians of the steadfast, regardless of what the nations were doing, warring with each other or whatnot. They kind of became the overall guardians of all the land, even though, you know, they would war within each other and things like that. They handled a lot of outside forces. Forces from beyond the steadfast, forces from beneath the waves, forces from the skies above. They handled those kind of things. The nations warred within each other. They kind of ignored that.
Given all I
Practicing.
know, or I've learned, I'm going to use the orb and see if I can locate the sanctuary of the eye.
Okay.
Looking around for location and looking for a location, but looking to see if the orb gives me any vision about the people associated with it historically.
Okay. You start looking into the orb and trying to pull out some past and whatnot of the order of the sanctuary of the eye. And as you kind of pull into that and you're just kind of diving through history in essence, you find yourself staring over the ocean. There's a cliffside. You're staring over the ocean. There is nearly a sunken citadel in there, where by land you would not see it. and you start to see that taking shape in there, and all of a sudden you get pushed. You get pushed away.
Do I recognize this feeling being pushed? Because I've been pushed away from things before.
You have been pushed away from things before. This is slightly different. Go ahead and roll me your Arcana. You can roll your Numenera Arcana.
Was a bad roll. 23.
It was a bad roll.
It was a bad roll. I rolled a 9 on the dice.
That's it. I'm cutting all of your pluses in half. All right, with your 23, as you get pushed away, you realize that you just got pushed away by an active, which tells you it's current, an active ward, in essence.
Okay.
It did not do you damage, but you did get pushed out, and the vision goes cloudy.
Interesting. I will share the information about the citadel that's down where it wouldn't be seen from the land. You would only be able to see it from the air. And all of that. And it pushed me out with an active ward. I couldn't see any further. And I'll share, I of course share what I read in the book.
I think we just add them to a list of things we have to deal with.
Is your list growing faster than you're checking them off?
Definitely feels like it.
Feels like it.
I blame the DM.
I'm sorry.
I will share my concerns with my party member about the involvement with the Order of Truth, at least in the past, for sure.
How
with
far
these,
in the past?
Honestly,
sure.
it could have been as recent as, because you know of this outside of the book. So it could be as recent as 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like 5 years ago, even.
You have a way to contact your friend.
I'm going to take out the locket.
Okay.
And I'm going to because I use it to be able to go to him. And I hold out the locket. I said, and I'll tell them, I use this locket to be able to teleport to him when I can find teleportation. And once I get there, generally I can get back to wherever you wherever you all are. We're out here in the middle of nowhere. And I don't possess the ability to teleport.
Neither do I until tomorrow.
Is it somewhere? No, it's not somewhere that I know the teleportation circle of. So
Depends on
neither do
where
I.
he is, I suppose.
What?
Depends on where he is, I suppose. Sounds like that teleports you to him directly.
It can teleport me to him directly, which is in the city of Bridges.
If he's in the city of Bridges.
He
You do
will
know that-
most
I was gonna
likely
say,
be in the city of Bridges.
yeah, you do know that he does travel. And you do know that indeed he has a passion for shipfaring
For
or
ship.
seafaring.
Yeah.
And so I mean he could be on a ship, but he spends a lot of time in the city of Bridges.
Death, I thought you memorized the teleportation circle. No, we didn't go through a teleportation circle.
Nope.
Through
You went
a
through
portal
a portal.
wall.
Mhm. However, if I can get to Key, I can get to him.
Or in the morning, I can use that as a focal point and teleport us to him.
I mean, I can get us the key if we want to worry about it now, or if we want to wait till morning. That's fine.
Either way.
I don't think that pushing it is
Depends on how
necessary.
urgent.
Um,
We've seen how rough multiple teleportations in one night can be.
right. And I don't know that it's important because that it's critical tonight. We should watch for more of these guards. But I think that in the morning could be fine. I think that maybe this could, if given the opportunity, maybe I can find out for sure if this came through somebody at the order or not. But the order may know who or have a suspicion.
And if he's at the city of Bridges, we're one step closer to this sanctuary of eyes.
Yes.
Wouldn't be the first kingdom we've overthrown this week.
Nope. I say we wait. We rest. We may not be injured, but we have
Where
pushed
we're-
ourselves for a long night and have had some major things that we have done over the last 24 hours.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind helping my brother heal for the night.
I would not.
Forget his woes.
I say we spend the night here.
I concur.
And keep a watch and get some rest.
Take care of my sister some other time. She'll just sit and rot in that cell.
Well, they'll give her a crust of bread and a glass of water.
Every other day.
We'll keep her alive for you. All right, so you head back toward Yashul, which is not too far away. I mean, the fighting took place over some of the land next to it. And you make your way back. About the time you hit Yashul, you will see the gold dragon kind of fly in from a distance. Seems like maybe he's chased off some of the other dragons, the ones that they didn't kill. And he comes in and he lands and just kind of sits there for a minute, folds his wings, looks around. Few of the people are like gawking, like you know, they don't know what really to make of it. But they do realize that he just helped them survive not only an attack from dragons, but also attack from the knights. And so they're not, obviously they're not scared of him, but they are gawking in awe.
Oh.
And as you approach, you kind of hear him chuckle just a bit, and he kind of looks at all of you and says, "So, couldn't stay away that long, huh?"
You know us.
That was your pretty face.
Yeah. Well, there'll be more coming to take a look now that word is out.
Yeah,
I'll take care of it.
let them come.
Well, if they come in peace, they're more welcome to stay. But Yashua has become my charge. And I will remain here to protect it.
Oh, city. Let's see. A protector of a city is a good thing. If the protector is good.
Well, I have no ill intent. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I am free to go wherever I want at this point. But I will not. The city has housed me and protected me. I will do the same.
That is a
Make
good
sure they
thing.
want to be protected.
I
Uh-oh.
don't know of anybody who doesn't want to be protected. I'll put it that way. But I suppose if they need me to disappear, that's not a problem. And then he switches back to his human form. And you see him. It's really weird to see a gigantically large dragon shift into a medium humanoid. And
Where do you put it all?
if they need me to disappear, I'll just blend in. It's not a problem.
Well, for the night, let's celebrate. To a battle well fought.
Let's come. And he'll lead you into an area where several soldiers that were prepared to fight, but obviously
What did we
couldn't
do
take to
with
the skies.
the guard? Are we dragging him around?
Oh yeah, Kadeth, what do you want to do with this guard?
Which one was it?
The knight
The knight.
that you
Oh,
have.
you know,
You gonna put him out of his misery? You wanna drag him behind a dragon? I don't know. What do you want to? What do you want to do with him?
I don't know.
Send
What
him on
do we
his
want to
merry
do with
way
them?
as a message? I don't know.
Tonight we drink, for tomorrow we battle.
For tomorrow, at
Tonight
dawn
we
we
drink,
play.
for tomorrow you die. Oh,
Perhaps.
He did not
The
attack my
city,
city.
perhaps the city that was under attack. Perhaps they might want to do something with him.
True.
See that justice is served. I like that idea. Hand him over to the city guard.
Can do.
Well, my suggestion to Kadath, whether or not he agrees to it, that's Kadath's.
I'm good with that.
All right. You take him in with you to the guards, and you pass him off. And it's a little bit of time. You guys are drinking and making merry and whatnot. You see one of the officials of the city step in and go to Claston, and you guys are close enough to Claston to hear him. The official looks at Claston and says, "There is rumor that you can make a mark on someone, a permanent symbol, if you will. Are those rumors true?" Claston kind of, they are true. What are you getting at? And he's like, "Well, we have talked it over. We think perhaps, and we are still open for suggestions, of course, but we think perhaps that they will probably continue to send more knights and be a bothersome. If you make your mark on this knight and we send him on his way, perhaps it would be a warning for others."
That may work.
That may work.
I'm more disinclined to think that it will work because they are zealots. They will see themselves as persecuted and harmed by those which they fight, and they will
There's that.
rally.
But it doesn't hurt to try.
Whether we do or whether we don't, they're probably going to send more knights on more drakes.
How long does the flight that these drakes can take?
These drakes can take not as extensive as a dragon, but they can still take a pretty good flight. As far as actual how far can they go, I have no idea. Let me see. Their fly speed is 120 feet.
That's pretty darn fast.
Yeah, they can book it. But their stamina is not as much as the dragon. So probably in a day's time from Yashul, in a day's time they might be able to be hitting the peaks of the Black Riage. Which would, if they're flying full speed, they could probably get back to the Sanctuary of the Eye in 2.5 to 3 days.
3 days there, a day of deliberation, 3 days to get back, so estimate about a week that you have if they're not utilizing any scrying magic. If they're simply going on word of mouth from a onlooker that got away.
Well, if they're still anti-non-human, they may not really do much in the way of magic.
They use some sort of magic to block Evangeline.
Yeah, I guess there's that.
There's a lot of, and Evangeline can share this with you, and you kind of know this. All of you really know this growing up in the world. Um, those that are anti, like the old ways or whatever, do not see Numenera as magic.
Oh, that's true, because it's technology, not magic to them.
Worst case, 4 days. Best case, a week. I'll look to the official. Are you prepared?
Not yet. But we will be.
Now the next difficult part is convincing my brother to give up that Drake.
That will take some convincing.
He is pretty proud of his accomplishment.
I thought I saw a twinge of pride in my mother's eyes seeing him ride a Drake.
Claston will nod. He's like, yeah, she was pretty happy when I let him on my back. I believe it's in your blood.
I'll let you know the first time I get a chance to ride one.
Sounds good.
Technically, I guess we rode one sort of. More like hanging on for dear life is what it was. Until we were
Yeah.
unceremoniously thrown.
Well, if a dragon doesn't want you on it, he will find a way to throw you off.
No, it was my own stupidity that did that.
Oh, well.
When a dragon is flying at full speed and you stop it midair, an object in motion
Will stay in motion
will stay in motion until it smacks the ground.
till an outside force stops it. Oh dear.
I guess the question to my friends here is this the next task, or do we have others that take higher priority?
Well, now that is for you all to decide.
Because if this is our next task, this could be beneficial to split their forces between the sanctuary and the force they send here.
How many drakes do they have at their availability?
Some would call it a pod, like they have a pod of drakes. Basically, it is one particular grouping of drakes. Can you find drakes in the wild? Yes, but they are few and far between. Most of them live in harmony with the knights. They provide for them, they care for them, and in return, the drakes serve them.
What is the
Aid them in
number
their
in this pod?
travels. It can be a number of viable riders, probably 50 or so viable riders. Other drakes that don't have riders, and knights who have not finished their trainings to ride. That's a different story. Not all of the knights are there at one time, of course. They're scouting, they're patrolling, they're on missions. Regularly stationed at the sanctuary, maybe no more than 10 actual riders.
Plus their commander.
Yes.
And I would guess he has an elite guard.
Perhaps. Well, the other 9.
Well, I guess we go see your friend first, Evangeline.
Perhaps we can stop it. If we know who's hiring them to do this,
If they're being hired.
right? If they're being hired by an outside persons,
And we have 2 forces to deal with.
exactly. But if we know both of them, we can assess easier what is most important. If these knights are more like mercenaries, no matter how zealot they are, they're likely to sell out to the highest bidder.
I think that they align themselves with the Order of Truth more because they shared an ideology against those unlike themselves.
An
I think it is-
ideology that is changing
Yes, amongst the Order, but not amongst
amongst
the Knights.
the order.
So I think it's less about the highest bidder
Espionage. Oh.
and more about those that align with their beliefs.
And if the order of truth changes their beliefs,
Then they won't need to hire these knights. Unless,
But- they may become targets.
yes. I mean, there's always the possibility that their commander is simply a mercenary and is utilizing the ideology to control the others.
I would say it's time to find more information.
But on the morrow,
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Then tomorrow it shall be. And Claston kind of looks at the official and is like, we'll revisit this in the morning with clearer heads and restful bodies. Authority figures is like, very well. We will hold him till morning then. And they head out. With that, you guys eat, drink, be merry, and you will get
Long
in
rest.
a long rest.
and we will not interrupt that long rest this time.
Everybody but Evangeline. No, just kidding.
She might get a little bit shorter rest, but it'll be a better sleep.
call it there. We are going to take the next 2 weeks off, so we will come back the first Tuesday in January, which I think is the 7th, right around there.
The
I wonder where
first,
I'll be.
Maybe the
the
6th.
first will be on Wednesday. Yeah, the first is on
So
Wednesday.
the first
So it's the
Tuesday would be the 6th.
7th.
7th. The 7th, because I don't do math. All right. The 7th. And so that's when we will meet again to stream. So those of you who are watching, thank you for sticking with us. I know we started late and we ended late, but thanks for sticking with us. Those of you who are watching it after the fact, you should like, share, subscribe, do all those fun things, turn on the notifications so you know when we are live, and watch us live. All of the links to other social medias are in the description of this video, as well as our website, danddadjokes.com. And check that out because we are putting in 2025 dates. So check that out. I know Rhonda is planning one in January. I have one in my docket that maybe we'll do in January, but you're going to have to keep an eye on that because that's going to happen before we come back if I go to that. So check that website. Is there anything else that I need to say?
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Merry
Christmas and
Christmas.
Happy New Year. We'll
Happy
see you
New
after
Year.
the New Year.
Live from
Well-
Canada.
Yeah, live from Canada. So, all right. Take care. We'll see you in 2025.
See you next year.